And Big Red Pride, please stand and remove your cover for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Todd. We've had you here many times at the Nebraska State Fair, and we always appreciate your rendition of the national anthem. This morning on the south side of the arena, we will be starting with our Red Angus show. Serving as our judge is Chad Holtkamp. Our first class will be Class 2002 May heifers born May 1st, 2025 and after. On the north side of the arena, we'll be starting our American Highland show with our judge Jake Bloomberg. Our first class in our north arena will be Class 1004. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st to April 30th of 2025. Please start entries up to the show ring. Good morning, how are you? Results in Class 2002 in your Red Angus show, May 1st, 2025 or after. First place goes to entry 3210 that is exhibited. The name of the animal is KMRX Dawn 560, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Coming in next in our Red Angus arena will be Class 2006 March heifer calves, March 2025 born heifer calves. Coming in next in our Red Angus arena will be Class 2006 March heifer calves.
Waiting on one.
In your Red Angus show, Class 2006 March heifer calves, first place goes to entry 3595. That is 3 CW Nightingale 505N, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll bring both of our first class winners and be selecting our spring heifer calf champion.
Well, good morning, and dang sure pleasure being here in Nebraska, and I appreciate the opportunity. And it's going to be a fun couple days, and working with a good cattleman like Chad on the other side of the ring to start off our Highland show. Not to be the size police and just rank them like that, but I think quality and cow-like look and structure and body still has the advantage of the black heifer to go ahead and win. She ain't the neatest up front, and that's why I think the yellow heifer has the advantage. She's a little sharper in her features, a little neater up through her front end. She probably is as nice in her hip and design as anything. Probably just change her structurally if we could. I think the black heifer dang sure has the advantage when we set him in the motion. The one's giving up a little WDA and just natural performance. The young lady does have her very highly presented. She's actually pretty nice designed, and her structure just needs more cattle and mass there when you get on top of her and get behind them. Nice way to start off our Highlander show. Congratulations to them.
Results in your Red Angus division. Entry 3595 was your champion heifer calf. It's 3 CW Nightingale 505N, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve calf champion was entry 3210 KMRX Dawn 564N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms. In the arena now, we've got Class 2008 February heifer calves. In our north side of the arena, placings in our American Highland show. First place, and this will be your junior heifer calf champion, goes to entry 431, Mid Lakes Back and Black, by Todd Green of Wisconsin. Second place and reserve junior heifer calf goes to entry 1506, RVH Reagan, exhibited by Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 1541, exhibited RVH Juniper, exhibited by Sean of Mason City. And in the arena now, we've got class 1008 intermediate yearling heifers born May 1st, August 31st of 2025. Results from our Red Angus show, class 2008, February heifer calves. First place goes to entry 1641, that is KMS Barron's Lila, 522, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson. That will also be your junior heifer calf champion. Coming in the ring now in your Red Angus show, we've got class 2012. These are winter heifer calves born November 1st to December 31st of 2024. In the north side of the arena, results in your Red Angus show, class 2012 winter heifer calves. First place goes to entry 5021, LBT Miss Extra 470M, exhibited by Tronic Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Coming in next in your Red Angus show, we got class 2014 senior heifer calves, born September 1st, October 1st of 2024.
A nice trio of females, and the one that wins, I think, does pretty easily. Symmetry and look and balance, combined with some structure, maternal features. Nice way to start off, and she's dang sure attractive here on the profile. I think it gets somewhat closer here for 2 and 3. Just cow-like look and body and easy fleshingness. Dang sure has the advantage. The darker red heifer. I'd like to make her a little nicer about her feet. She wants a hock in as she's going away, and she's probably just the plainest of these three when you study her through her jawline and down through her chest. But it adds to her functionality or more durability than the yellow heifer that rounds out. She is dang sure better looking from her hip board. One that probably also I would like to change her in her hind leg. Gets a little uncoordinated there. And she's assembled, and she doesn't have quite as much just natural body and mass to her compared to the 1 and 2.
Results in your north side of the arena in the American Highland Show, Class 1008. First place goes to entry 5222, Windmere Nymph, exhibited by Benish Cattle Company of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Second place, entry 432, Mid Lakes Catching Fire, exhibited by Todd Green of Mendora, Wisconsin. And third place, entry 35, FSH Shireen, exhibited by Sean Rasicki of Mason City, Nebraska. Coming in next in our American Highland Show, those will also be your champion intermediates. Coming in next, we got Class 1010 Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st to April 30th of 2024. In our Red Angus Arena, we've got Class 2014 Senior Heifer Calves born September 1st to October 31st, 2024. Results in our Red Angus Show from Class 2014. First place goes to entry 5004, Hahn Miss Amazon 4M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. And second place, entry 5331, that is LBT Sita Tango 420M, exhibited by Charnik Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. That will also be your fall heifer calf champion in reserve. Oh, no. We got two classes from that division, so we got to show that yet. Coming in on the north side of the arena in our Highland Show, Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st to April 30th. Exhibitors, please have your cattle up here ready for your classes, or we will roll on without you. Thank you.
Well, a lot of variation here in this class of Highlander females, and we got some different types and kinds, and you could probably go a couple different ways, and I wouldn't argue with you from 2 to 5. If you don't land on the young man's heifer to win, though, I'd probably argue with you pretty hard on that one. Look and balance and symmetry, she's presented very, very nice, and she actually has more to her when you get behind her, and she's still, I think, right in her breeding condition. It is very, very good. If you're going to get real critical, she does want to snap them every now and again as she's getting out and going. It's still not enough to beat one that's that high quality. It gives you that kind of look. I think the next heifer comes in line with what we're looking for of just balance and symmetry and eye appeal as the other black heifer, and she's good up front. She's nice out of her top line, and I think she gets and goes with the next best structural integrity off either end of her framework. It probably works to her advantage. She's a little off in her hip and her pin set to make her reach a little farther in her rear step. But I like her, just her balance and just her kind to go ahead and be second. If you're looking for cow and punch and one that probably has as much just true boldness to her rib and the young lady heifer has that advantage. Just doesn't come together when you set her into motion. Wants to get weaker in her loin, gets a little off balance and heavier up front. The brindle heifer is big, stout, big bodied, and really cowy, and one you can appreciate her substance. Just probably just refine her if we could and get her catch another gear and getting going out of her hip and her hind leg. She wants to be a little tentative, especially on this show side back. The better looking option is one that rounds out the class, one that I still think just needs more body and probably just needs more mass to compete with the ones in front of her. But if you like them a little nicer looking, one that can get out and go a little than the one in front of her, and I can see where you can switch them up just a little bit. For me, that's where I landed on them. Very, very high quality one to go up and win.
Results from your intermediate champion division in the Red Angus show. Your champion goes to entry 5004, Hahn Miss Amazon 4M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. And your reserve was 5021, LBT Miss Extra 470M, exhibited by Charolais Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Coming up next in our Red Angus shows, Class 2020, April Spring Yearling Heifers. Results from your Highland show, Class 1010, first place goes to entry 1346, Silva's JoJo, Black Betty, exhibited by Frank Silva of LaSalle, Colorado. Second place, entry 1534, FSH Adama, exhibited by Sean Rosicki of Mason City, Nebraska. Third place, entry 804, MES Amazing Anja, exhibited by Brianna Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 433, Miss Lakes She's Got Away, exhibited by Todd Green of Mendoro, Wisconsin. And fifth place, entry 805, FSH Asha, exhibited by Brianna Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. That'll also be your champion and reserve champion junior yearling. Ring now, we've got Class 10-12 senior heifers, January 1st to December 31st of 2023.
I'm going to got a nice class, and dang sure an easy class winner for me. The one that represents the most ladylike features about her head and the top side of her neck. Very, very well balanced and highly presented here on the profile. I think a very one to go ahead and win. Initially, when they walked in, I got to appreciate the next to black heifer from her shoulders back. She's the most cow-like in her center body and her upper rib shape. I think she's adequate in her structure out of her hip and her hind legs. Just a little bit plain and a little bit more conventional about her head and the length of her neck and her shoulder alignment. But one that's going to make a nice cow with her fleshing ability, the body, and her soundness from behind. If you like them stout, the red heifer can be more your type in speed, and she's bold and dimensional. When you get behind her, I just got to see her go a little nicer. I like to lengthen her up out of her cannon bone. And the one that rounds out the class is the opposite. She's big, long, and pretty. I don't know how much just true cow that's there, and I like to soften her up, make her quite a bit stouter when we get behind her.
In your Highland show, Class 10-12 senior heifers, first place goes to entry 1373, Trinity's Tally's Twilight, exhibited by Renly Silva of Greeley, Colorado. Second place, entry 2471, RLC Joaquina, exhibited by Jordan Ritz of St. Laborie, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1537, SFF Rising Moon, exhibited by Sean Rosicki of Mason City. And fourth place, entry 1347, Silva's, exhibited by Frank Silva of LaSalle, Colorado. Those will also be your champion and reserve senior heifers. And in the ring now in our Highland show, Class 10-14, cow-calf. Nope, we're doing the division now.
Well, just 4 divisions out here for our Highlander show, but I think we got a well quality, and I'll run through them real quick. The calf is big-bodied and going to make a nice kind of a cow. We clean her up just a little bit up front, but I think she still easily should have won that class in that particular division. The red heifer is very sound, and she's big-bodied. I think she's very ladylike and feminine. I think she looks just as nice on the go as she does stopping and standing. She perfect in her knee? Probably not. You kick it back just a little bit, and she's been fighting him just, you can tell here, but I think that one does have a way of quality, and she's probably the nicest out of her hip and her hind leg when you study her in motion here on the stand. Here, Cowboy here on the profile, it's hard not to deny her extra ladylike look, and she's nice balance, really, really nice in her underline, the way she's assembled off either end of her framework. Like I said, if you could be real critical, she doesn't just plant down every single step. She wants to get up on her ankle. That's just ever so slightly. I think that's very critical. One that I think a lot about. The one that I don't know where she matches, I like her on the stand as well as anything, and her balance and her symmetry, and she's very feminine up through her head and her neck. She's presented very good. When you set her into motion, I think she comes in a couple more pieces. Wants to get a little weaker in her loin and carrying just a shot more condition from her neighbor. Maybe just gets a little awkward. So I think there's some differences and some challenges. To agree on the young man and the Cowboy had to win. I mean, you probably aren't going to see Cattle as the best in the next couple of days. I think she's an easy winner. If you would, congratulate him. He'll be your champion.
In your Highland show, your grand champion goes to entry 1346, Silva's JoJo Black Betty, exhibited by Frank Silva of LaSalle, Colorado. And your reserve grand champion goes to entry 5222, Windmere Nymph, exhibited by Benish Cattle Company of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Congratulations to you folks. And we'll be doing our cow-calf classes next in our Highland show. Catching up on some placings in our Red Angus show from class 2020. First place goes to entry 5336, HEH Shelley 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1559, AUBSS Belga 410, exhibited by Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. And from class 2022, first place goes to entry 3706, TAC Miss Verna M133 B47, exhibited by Amelia Albrecht of Thurston, Nebraska. In the ring now, I believe we have class 2026, January junior yearling heifers.
I love her. I want to send her anytime.
Highlands, if you could please bring your cow-calf pairs to the arena now, please. Please bring your cow-calf arena. Your classes going into the ring.
I do not see one.
Results from Class 2026 in your Red Angus show. First place goes to entry 1631 RH Iron Redbird 406, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Now we'll be bringing back all the first and seconds from the previous classes and selecting champion and reserve champion junior female. Results in your Red Angus show. Your junior champion female goes to entry 5-6 HEH Shelley 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 1559 AUBSS Belga 410, exhibited by Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. Coming in the Red Angus arena now will be taking all of our division and reserve champions and selecting our grand champion Red Angus female.
I just have like a hard time saying.
Highlands, if you could please bring your cow-calf pairs to the show ring, we'd like to continue with the show.
Oh, good class of pairs over here on Ring B, and if we could, switch probably the calves, I'd probably be a little shot more comfortable. But easily, my favorite individual is the peach cow. Good looking, and attractive, and nice balanced. Very, very good on her feet and legs, and I think got an adequate udder when he change your front teat size just a little bit here on our show side, but very, very high quality animal. It's stouting up her bull calf a little bit, but he's still good structured and big bodied and going to be attractive. I'm sure he's probably quite a bit younger than the days on feed and get him weaned and see if he'll man up just a little bit. But a very, very high quality pair to go ahead and start. I like this pair here in second too. And on the stand, this cow's extra substance and power and mass and boldness to her rib and just to her hip, I can appreciate. And I like her udder. I like her feet and the way she gets out and goes. And her bull calf stud in terms of muscle and masculinity. He's big testicled. Probably needs to just be a much better balance when you get onto the profile, either one of them two, but two very, very high quality pair to go 1 and 2. Good functional cattle here, big bodied cow, 6-year-old, I think that's what the young ladies both told me. One that is big bodied and really functional in her type and kind. The black heifer that did in our individual show, we can maybe just see that both of them being just a little bit nicer and cleaner through their front 1/3, but a very high quality trio pairs for a Highlander show. Congratulations to them exhibitors.
Results from your Red Angus show. Your grand champion Red Angus female goes to entry 5336 HEH. Shelley 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion entry 5004 Hahn Miss Amazon 4M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. Congratulations to you exhibitors. We will be taking a quick picture break in the Red Angus Arena. And results from your Highland show, class 1014 cow-calf pairs. First place goes to entry 1340, Fanola Katie, 32nd of U-Rock, exhibited by Heather Bailey of Laramie, Wyoming. Second place to entry 811, Benacheese Gwendolyn, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And third place to entry 434, Ledyard's Bowmore Brianna, exhibited by Todd Green of Medora, Wisconsin. In the Highland show, we'll be showing our bulls. First class in the Highland Bull Show will be 1016 intermediate bull calves born May 1st, 2025 or after.
You do have one. Read it.
We'd like to commence the show here on the Highland Show. If you could please bring your bulls up to the show ring, please.
Okay.
It's not.
Whoever's initial it is on our sheets, you know, on the flat on the window there.
Okay, I'll look.
I can't remember.
It's not very fast speed over there.
They're not here, that's the problem. They're coming.
We can roll on without them. They won't do it again.
We're just doing the drawing, and he's letting us.
In our Red Angus show, coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2032. This is mature cow-calf pairs. Results in your Red Angus cow-calf pair class 2032. First place goes to entry 3209, Smoky Y Dawn J15, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Now we'll be moving on to the bull portion of the Red Angus show.
Over on our Highland show, we just had 4 bulls. They're all in their respective classes. We brought them all back out here, and I'll describe them to you. The little gray bull that was on the champion cow-calf pair, we talked him, good built, big-bodied, you know, overwhelmed and blessed with just a lot of stoutness and true power. Little days on feed, maturity, you'll see if he mans up just a little bit. But he is nice built and he is good bodied. The bull that's here in second, comes out of your second division. We talked to him. He was on the pair that was reserve, and he is the most masculine probably in his general build. He's the shapely down his back and out through his hip. You get him set, and then when he does finally want to be a show animal, he can give you a nice balanced look here out from the side. He's got a little shoulder, but it comes when you got that much engine coming behind you. He's good testicled, one that we like him on the go. Another rugged and masculine bull, the brindle Red Bull here that comes next, and he's good testicled and he's shapely and he's got some power and mass when you get behind him. I like his head and his horn shape and his way. He's got some manliness over his crest. The bigger sheath bull, I would like to change his rear toes just a little bit. He gets just a little uncoordinated out of his hip and his hind leg. That's getting critical. I like his manliness and just his ruggedness. The black bull is good looking. He's smooth shouldered. Probably appears to be a kind of a calving sire from his smoothness of joints and his flatness of when you study him up through his blade. He's nice out of his top line. He isn't just overwhelming with shape and dimension over his top side of his rib, and when you get behind him, he is nice in his rear structure and his athleticism. So I think there's some give and take here and there. My favorite is the young lady's bull calf out of Division 2 to be your champion. Congratulations to her. Though your other Red Bull out here, he's going to be your reserve.
Results in your Highland show. Your grand champion Highland bull goes to entry 812 MES Auto, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion goes to entry 435 Mid Lakes Trailblazer, exhibited by Todd Green of Mindoro, Wisconsin. We'll be a short break for pictures. In your Highland side. Over in your Red Angus show, the first class of bulls, class 2038, first place, 3211 KAMRX John Wick 530N, exhibited by Ellingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we've got class 2040. These are February bull calves born February 1st to the 28th of 2025. Results in your Red Angus bull classes, class 2040, first 1242. That is VYCC Wild Card 210, exhibited by Emily Yowell of DeWitt, Nebraska. And coming in next, we'll have class 2042 January bull calves, born in 2025. Results from your Red Angus Bull Show. Class 2042, first place goes to entry 1635. That is KDS 513, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1630. 507, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1637, KDS 515, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. We will be selecting our junior bull calf champion. In the Red Angus Show, your champion goes to entry 1242, VYCC Wild Card 210, exhibited by Emily Yowell of DeWitt, Nebraska. And reserve champion goes to entry 1635, that's KDS 513, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Coming in next, we'll have class 2052. These are April bulls. This will also be a division, your junior champion bull division. Results from your Red Angus Bull Show, class 2052. First place in your junior champion bull goes to entry 5003. That is Hahn Weekend Warrior, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. Coming in next in our Red Angus Bull Show, we'll have class 2060. These are senior yearling bulls born September 1st to December 31st of 2023. And this will be senior champion division winner from that class. Results in your Red Angus show, Class 2060, first place, and this is your senior champion bull, goes to entry 191, 93 CH MS, chain maxed out, 37, exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. Coming up next, we'll be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Red Angus bull.
Here to start for Gelbvieh and Balancer show. We got two class winners out here for our calf division, and the black heifer is dang sure good looking, and she's nice through her front 1/3. She's a little bit probably more show ring in terms of like her neck set and her ear set and her head shape and the way she's assembled and just a little smoother. She's plenty raw and green in her condition, and I think time will tell. does for her. She isn't probably just overwhelming in bone and foot size and just center capacity compared to the red heifer. Red heifer mid-rib back, you like her quite well. She's big-bodied. She's got some muscle and some dimension. She's relatively adequate in her hip and her hind leg. The bigger naveled animal is plenty plain up front, and I would like to change the angle to her shoulder. So there's some give or take. Do you want one you're probably gonna maybe raise something a little bit more exotic and more attractive with the black? You want the basic build of the cow-like look of the red heifer that's big-bodied and she's nice out of her hip and her hind leg. I think it's a coin flip, and depending on what you want to do. Probably for me, I still prefer the cow-like look of the red heifer. She's champion. The black heifer is going to be your reserve.
Your results in your Red Angus Bull show, your grand champion Red Angus Bull goes to Hahn Weekend Warrior, entry 5003, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas.
Thank you.
Your reserve grand champion Red Angus Bull goes to entry 191, 93CH, MS Chain Maxed Out, 3718, exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations to you Red Angus exhibitors. There are a couple of Red Angus group classes. Class 2072 will be a premier breeder and premier exhibitor. In our north side of the arena, in the Gelbvieh show, we combined both classes. They were single entry to make your champion heifer calf division. What are the results on that, Our champion heifer calf goes to entry 4544 BUTR Gingerling, 2, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. And your reserve champion heifer calf goes to entry 4856 New Sensation, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1412 early senior heifer calves.
We got some differences in both these two heifers, and they're also quite a bit similar. They're plenty green in their breeding condition. I think there's some give or take. Which one probably just reads a little bit more exotic for me, and I like her extra bone and her stoutness. She looks like the breaking process, or still is. Yeah, all right, take that yellow tag. Go on, cowboy. I do like this one. Making the braking process a little challenging with their jaw and tipping over the middle ring here, but a nice heifer. Does have some shape, and she's good structured, and she's good looking. Little raw in her condition, a little roll over her ribs. Like to give her a shot more body. Probably the more cowy-like looking one when you study her up through her head and her jawline and her neck. The one that comes in second. I think you can appreciate her center body. A little bit more just common with a little bit more extra set to her hock, and it gets plenty flat when you get behind her there as well. Pair, I'm fine with it. I went with the more exotic look of the young man, except for that goes ahead and wins.
Results in your Gelbvieh show, class 12, first 3336, that is WWM 4M Miriam, exhibited by William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3335 MAGW 6M Myra, exhibited by William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. Those will also be your intermediate champion and reserves. Coming in next in your Gelbvieh show, class 1426. These are late senior yearling heifers born November 1st to December 31st of 2023.
Very nice senior yearling here the young man brought. The red heifer is nice balance. She's cowy, maternal, very functional in her basic build, and she does have a nice look and silhouette here from the profile. Just a nice single entry. Go ahead and win our November senior yearling bred heifer class. Congratulations, that young man.
Results in your Gelbvieh show, class 1426. Late first place goes to entry 3456. PT Red Velvet Martini L328, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. On the south side of the arena, we'll be starting our Angus female show. This is class 1102, late junior heifer calves born March 21st, 2025 and after. In our Gelbvieh show, we'll be bringing back our division champions and reserves, and we'll be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Gelbvieh females. Results from your first class of Angus females, class late junior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 43. That's TCC Miss Molly N33, exhibited by Grayson Tuttle of Dorchester, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2740, Benish Amelia, exhibited by Logan Barta of Utan, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, we got class 1104, early junior heifer calves.
We're in our Gelbvieh and Balancer division. Not a whole lot of classes out here on our Grand. There is some very good functional cattle in terms of just their basic kind, their body, and their durability. I like the young man, senior yearling, to easily be your champion out of their last division. Congratulations to him. I think he gets maybe a little closer, a little tighter for reserve. Just cow-like look. I side with the young ladies' red heifer out of the first division to be your reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
Results from your Gelbvieh show, your grand champion female goes to entry 3456, SEPT Red Velvet Martini L328, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion Gelbvieh female goes to entry 4544, BUTR Gingerling 290N, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Nebraska. Now we will be bringing in our cow-calf pair class here on the north side of the arena.
heifer. Big body with the leather next to long body. Look has that look of performance, it's a good ability. Just a little more refined in terms of bone, just a little more restricted in terms of the rim behind. Again, nice trio for the best delivery.
Just a single entry pair over here in our Gelbvieh side, and you know, not just the overwhelming flash and pizzazz, but udder quality, foot quality, basic build, maternal just look. I'd like to take about 250 cows that look just like that and turn them out. Incredible udder, nice teats and refinement there, and just a really functional pair that's nice in their basic build, very maternal about their look. Congratulations to both of them.
Results in your Angus show. Class 1104, first place goes to entry 2284, SB Maidright 508, exhibited by Brothers Cattle Company, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company of Syracuse, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 809, SR Proven Queen, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And third place to entry 4557, HAR Jamie 501, exhibited by Hubner Angus Ranch of Hershey, Nebraska. In our Gelbvieh show from our cow-calf class, first place goes to entry 4545, SEPT Ginger Snap Martini K290, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. We're now showing our bull division in our Gelbvieh show. Class 1436 February bull calves are in the ring.
Oh, just two bulls in our show, and there is some differences. On the stand, you probably want to gravitate towards the red bull. When I just questioned his testicular size, so that's what I'm going to side with the black bull. The bigger nutted, better nutted bull here is nice bodied. He looks very nice in his shoulder alignment. He's good about his joints. He's relatively adequate in his structure. He ain't gonna win a beauty. His front 1/3 when you study him in his jaw and down through his chest, and he ain't overwhelming in bone and muscle. I think he's just a fault-free bull that could probably raise some retaining females, replacement females with his body, his durability, and his good-looking rascal here is the red bull that's going to be your reserve, and he's dang sure shapelier and higher. Going to sire a higher cutability carcass of calves. To me, he just gets a little piecey in his forerib. Biggest thing to me is his testicular size. They're plenty shrunk up there, and I just kind of question that from a fertility standpoint. I know they're bull calves. I've just been caught trying to keep some bulls like that, and I've had problems with it in the past. But nice two bulls to be champion reserve.
Results from your Gelbvieh show. Your champion and class winner is entry 2317 BARG Grand Design 23N, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And second place and a reserve grand champion goes to entry 5272 Bose Sterling N6, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Angus Show. Your division, junior calf division champion goes to entry 2284 SB Made Right 508, exhibited by Cisco Brothers Cattle Company of Syracuse, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 809 SR Proven Queen, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska.
Oh, nice calf division to start. And the higher performing heifer that is big bodied and I still think is the better quality animal regardless of size out here, doability and function and just cow-like look. I think she's a nice way to go ahead and start. Heifer here and two young ladies doing a nice job out here, and she's dang sure probably more attractive about her head and her face. One that does relatively nice in terms of her balance, just giving up quite a bit of days on feed and just natural performance, I guess, when you put her in this scenario. But a nice pair of females. Congratulations, both of them.
Results from your north side started our balancer female show. Class 3, first place goes to entry 2382 SEPHGF, Kissed After Midnight, by Justin Teeter of Eula, North Carolina. Second place goes to 558. The animal's ID number is 608N, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 1405 February heifer calves born February of 2025. Results in our Angus show on our south side of the arena. Class 1108 late senior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 188, Sagebrush Rita 1004, exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. In the ring now, we've got Class 1110, early senior heifer calves.
I would not suggest this young man use this one for showmanship tomorrow, unless he starts working on just a little bit more tie-outs tonight. But she ain't cooperating, but I think she's the nicest one. Big-bodied, stout, very, very burly made and big bone, and I like the way she moves off either end of her skeleton. She isn't just probably perfect in her top line right now. She gets maybe just a little up right in the middle of her back. Little differences there, but very, very stout and powerful white flanked heifer to go ahead and win. Really attractive and nice headed one to be second. You like her in her basic build and her structure, and her outline. She gets a little flatter and probably just in her kind when you're getting right behind her. I think we could probably push her just a little bit right now in condition. We compare her to the one right in front of her, but a nice way to go in too. A nice silhouette heifer here from the side that's deep-sided and relatively, I think, adequate in her structure. She's a little frailer, a little flatter, and just a little plainer in her general build. Heifer comes next. Going to be a nice kind of replacement female in her basic build, her body, her structure, and her cow-like look. Just a little too plain in general when you come back out here. And the young man's heifer that is going to round out the class is shapely and pretty good looking, giving up quite a bit of performance when you throw her into this mix. Even though she's a February, I still would like to just see her have a little bit more WDA and a little bit more just natural weight when you get her, when you compare her to the rest of them. But nice, dang sure a nice one to go ahead and start.
Results in your Gelbvieh show. 05. First place goes to 3919 XXB Lebanon, exhibited by Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1509 Bose Jade N701, exhibited by Easton Bose of Third place, entry 2322 BARG Miss Divine 540N ET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 1123 ARDR 509N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 4861, that's 640N, exhibited by Neil Voss of Burning, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, class 1407, January heifer calves born in January of 2025.
Wrong, this one here in third, the Chief Tucky is 10. Very, very nice effort. My compliments to the
Her balancer side, the heifer that wins, rear toes up. I think that one's very nice. She's very attractive up front. She gives you a nice silhouette here from the side, and she's still got some shape when you get off behind her. I got to change her rear toes and square them up, and how she plants there from her rear skeleton. She goes away from it. I do think a very, very attractive one when you get off to the profile. That's why I think it's pretty close with the heifer in second on the stand. You like her cow-like look, her function, her body, her maternal presence when you study her about her head and her neck. I don't think she's a structural advantage is why I left her in second, probably off either end. She gets a little straighter up front, gets a little uncoordinated in her rear step. I do think her toes are better in her rear from behind. So I think that keeps it a little close. The next one that comes out is smooth and nice body. Nothing wrong with her from a structural standpoint. She just gets outperformed by the two in front of her today. The one that comes next is the branded heifer. It's dang sure stout and got some shape and some dimension, just like the smoother, a little bit more performance when you compare her to the rest of the group.
In your Angus show on the south side of the arena, your senior calf champion female goes to entry 1020, Laughlin's Galaxy 444, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. And your reserve champion senior calf goes to entry 1823, RD Sarah's Dream 414, exhibited by Melander Livestock of Belgrade. In our Gelbvieh show from class 1407, first place goes to entry 2375, SEPT KKK Hellcat Melania N507, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2323, BARG Glamorous 541N, exhibited by of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1125, 555N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 4860, number 628N, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. We're now selecting our champion heifer calf.
Three nice class winners in our respective seconds over there. The March heifer that wins the first class is good looking and big bodied. I don't know if she's as nice in her structures, maybe a couple other ones out here off either end, but one that's dang sure going to make a nice cow. Showmanship ain't doing so hot out here for a young cowboy here in class 2. You can pull all you want. You ain't moving her. Nice heifer. She's big bodied. She's the stoutest. She's the most cow-like look. We like her quite a bit, and I think when she does get out and go, her angles read good. She's big footed. She's nice boned. Nice heifer. Go ahead and win that second class. Is her top line perfect? Probably not. Also, probably a little tough for me to go and get just the best look about it. But I like that heifer a great deal. Ankle up. We like this one and her neatness of pattern, her smoothness, and her just her attractiveness about her head and her front and her shoulder. I don't think her rear toes are as attractive, and probably I think just going to be a little bit of an issue for her maturity as we further along her life. I think it's relatively close. Which one I like some power and mass is the young man right here out of class 2. He's going to be your champion. Reserve is going to be a young lady out of class 3. I told you not to worry about it.
Results from your balancer show. Your champion heifer calf goes to entry 3919, XXB on, exhibited by Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. And your reserve champion goes to entry 2375, SEPT KKK Hellcat Melania N507, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin. Coming in next in your balancer show will be class 1409, late senior heifer calves. In our Angus arena, we've got class 1114 early summer yearling heifers in the ring currently.
Okay. And then I'll do that.
Just a single entry. I hate when judges say they could use more competition, but she dang sure could. She's a nice balance, attractive, stout, bold, dimensional animal that I think would be very competitive in her respective division in a lot of places. A nice way to go ahead and start this class.
Results in your balancer show from class 1409. The first place goes to entry 2376, SEPT Rumor Has It M423, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. In the ring now, in our balancer show, class 1411, early senior heifer calves born September 1st to October 31st of 2024.
little different speed here and on our balancer show. And if I was a guess, I'd say she's a little higher in the percentage than Angus. Big performing, stout build, powerful female that you like a lot of things about. She's a little plainer about her head and her ears, crest of her neck and her shoulder alignment, but for her mid-rib back, I find a lot of favor in the big-bodied, stout-made heifer that's really, really nice out of her hip and her hind leg.
Results in our balancer show, class 1411, first place goes to entry 3334, that is MAGW 1M Magnolia, exhibited by William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. In our Angus show, we still have class 1114 early summer yearling heifers. Someone we'd like to introduce and recognize is the American Angus Association Regional Manager, Will Harsh. He is out here in the ring currently. He's doing a very fine job for their association and representing their breed highly and professionally. If you have any questions about the Angus breed, visit with Will, and I know he'd be happy to visit with you. Thank you, Will, for being with us here at the State Fair. Other exciting news in the Angus world. The Nebraska Angus Tour Golf Tournament is coming up September 21st. This will be their event. It's a 3-person scramble for $150 a team. Taking the first 15 teams, pre-registration is required. Check in at 9 to 9:30 a.m. If you have any questions, please come up here and get some more information on the first annual Nebraska Angus Tour Golf Tournament.
Nice pair of heifers here, and there's some on symmetry balance. I think wins. I think does so pretty easily. Neck and the top of her shoulder, and I think a female that's nice bodied and dang sure more attractive after her hip. I would change her toes. I don't think she's a little sharper about that. The heifer in two, grid-footed and bold and stout-footed. Boned, and she's big bodied, gonna be a great cow. A little plainer at the top of her neck. Dang sure's not as nice in her top line, and she's not attractive out through her hip and her pin set, but a nice pair of heifers is gonna be 1 and 2 in this grouping. Congratulations to both them young ladies.
Results in your balancer show, class 1413. First place went to 3457, SEPT Marvelletta May M416M, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. And results from class 1415. First place goes to entry 3348, WLSS XXB Malibu, exhibited by Case Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place in that class goes to 3832 XXB Miss 308/444M, exhibited by Megan Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska.
This cost us a scratch.
Coming in now, we've got our champion intermediate heifer and reserve champion intermediate heifer selection in our balancer show.
I know we got some age discrepancies May through December here. It don't matter what size they are. To me, I like just picking best cattle for what they are and what they represent. If you want 3 different kinds, take a look at this lineup. They come in all shapes and sizes and builds, and just probably for how you might like them. To me, which one combines look and some balance with some eye appeal and some cow-like features, although I would like to layer her over and give her just a notch of a foot trim and just make them a notch more attractive. Young lady out of Class 3 is easily probably still my favorite in this division. It gets a little closer, you bring that green tag one back out here, and I think there's some differences. You want to stay true to just a little bit more trendy look and one that's stout and bold and dimensional, then you gravitate to the youngest one. You call her hind leg the most acceptable? Probably not, but I do think she has a lot of just attractiveness and a lot of just in the nicely built things here when you get off to the side. Mid-rib back, I like this heifer that like appeared. She appears to be the highest percentage when we get them back out here because she is big-bodied and attractive out through her hip and her hind leg. Eared and a little plainer about her neck compared to some, but you do like her from her mid-rib back as nice as anything in the rest of this drive. Big, stout, good-footed one that's going to make an awesome kind of a cow, the young lady. Too plain out here. I think it gets a little closer. I'm probably not going to give up too much on structure and hip and hind leg assortment. That's why I find more favor in the young man's heifer out of Class 2 to be reserved. Congratulations to both them exhibitors. All right. Is she higher percentage?
Results in your balancer champion intermediate division. Your champion goes to entry 3348. WLSS XXB Malibu, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 57. SEPT Marveletta May M14, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. Results in our Angus class on the south side of the arena, Class 1114. First place goes to entry 194. That's Dalporto Sandy, 4580, exhibited by Addison Dalrymple of Arnold, Nebraska. Second place goes to 3639, Dalporto Sandy, 4547, exhibited by Kira Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 2559, BJ
And that's still where I'm probably just on the borderline of. I'll take one more look and I'll go show you the two I like the best. But if you would, give these Gelbvieh heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause. I go select your champion reserve.
In the south side of the arena in your Angus show, results from class 1126, and this will also be your senior champion female. Champion goes to entry 5338, Conley FRKG Queen Meg 3000, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 891, Dalporto Missy 3620, exhibited by Braxton Reinierson of Broken Bow, Nebraska. We would like to introduce and recognize our Nebraska Angus Princess, Zoe Milan. Zoe, are you here ringside? Can you give a big wave to the crowd? This is your 2025 Nebraska Angus Princess. Thank you, Zoe, for being here with us today. Your grand champion balancer female goes to entry 3348, WLSS XXB Malibu, exhibited by Keisha Albert of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion balancer female goes to entry 4862. The animal's name is Zorro, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. We'll be taking a short break for grand champion female pictures, and then we'll be coming back in our balancer show with our cow-calf class.
Tell them Nebraska bred and owned will be selected after this.
Attention Angus exhibitors. The champion Nebraska bred and owned will be selected after the grand champion female drive. So if you were Nebraska bred and owned, we'll be doing that selection of the grand champion Angus female, which is in the ring currently.
Here on our balancer side, I got two nice pairs here. I like the one that comes in the 2-hole to win. That's a high quality cow that's attractive. She's nice on her top line. She's really nice in her udder and from her back quarters. We'd shorten up her front teats if we could. And I remember the heifer calf that won that first class of the day, big bodied, high performing. Very nice way to go ahead and start. I like this little red bull calf, and I know this cow's a little green, probably for show rig condition, but she's doing big time things for raising a big stout, high performing bull that's rugged and masculine. He's a nice kind of a individual. That cow's got a really nice udder. She's really nice structured. She's a little thinner. We could probably get this bull calf pulled off her and just get her some weight gain back on her. But two very nice pairs, be 1 and 2. Congratulations to both of them.
Results from your Angus show. Your grand champion Angus female goes to entry 5338. That's Conley FR Queen Meg 3000, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion female goes to entry 3510. That's UDE Blackbird 4020, exhibited by Addison Gerlushin of Columbus, Nebraska. The north side of your arena, from your balancer cow-calf class 1429, first place goes to entry 2380. That is SEPT Promise to Kiss, exhibited by Justin of Ula, North Carolina. And second place goes to entry 1500 XXB Miss Thelma 335L, exhibited by Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Balancer show, we'll be shifting gears and starting our bull class. Now we've got class 1433. These are March bull calves born March of 2025. The Angus side of the arena, we'll be showing our Nebraska bred and owned class. If you have a Nebraska bred and owned, we're looking for the champion drive in the Nebraska bred and owned show.
I like these bulls, and the one that wins is really good looking and a bull that still has some so when you're getting right behind him, easily just a nice way to go ahead and start. We like his structure and his flexibility. If you want to talk about just a pounds bull to put on some extra meat and muscle and some extra just mass, you got to appreciate the bull in 2. And he's bold and round and heavy constructed. He probably doesn't tie as nice and as neat from his shoulder to his forearm and over his spine as the one that goes in front of him, but a nice useful kind. You can appreciate his added performance and added mass. One that comes next is one that's just giving up some WDA and some performance. He's a little lighter weight, a little bit more fragile in his bone work and his features to go up any higher. But a nice trio of bulls to start off our show.
In your balancer show, class 1433, March bull calves, first entry 2378, SEPT. Adrenaline in 512, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2318, BARG Royalty Bred 1457N, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And third place, entry 2086, Reese Rocky 31, exhibited by Kalen Riesland of Pleasanton, Nebraska. In the ring now on our balancer show, we've got class 1435. These are February bull calves born in February of 2025. In our Angus show, this is our Nebraska bred and owned champion lineup, and we'll be selecting our Nebraska bred and owned female. The prize for that is $250. So, in other announcements, Nebraska Angus Association has the gift that keeps on giving with the 2025 heifer raffle. The Nebraska Angus Association is selling raffle tickets with all the proceeds for the scholarship program. The heifer will be donated this year by A&B Cattle of Bassett, Nebraska, the Sawyer family. She will be on display at the Nebraska Angus Tour. Tickets are available for anybody, not just Angus breeders, but anybody for $50. The drawing will take place at the annual Nebraska Angus Tour. Buy your tickets at the Nebraska Angus booth or by contacting the office at www.nebraskaangus.org.
Another class of bulls here, and the one that wins is easily just the most shapely, the one that just looks like the most manly about his head and his masculinity. He's got some body, he's relatively adequate to get out and go. Bigger testicle bull. Probably more of a calving ease bull about his head and his neck and his shoulder. Really clean sheath, and a bull that does have some nice silhouette here from the side, stouting him up in his feature and his bone just a little bit for me, but a bull that probably does have some usefulness when it comes to adding some body and adding some utility to some replacement kind of cattle. The bull next actually does have some shape down his top and out through his hip. Just sadly, he's the lowest performing bull that's just kind of getting swallowed up in front of him, but he does have some shape and some carcass merit from a cutability standpoint.
Result. Go ahead.
Here we've got Nebraska bred and an impressive lineup.
Results from your balancer class, 1435 February bull calves. First place goes to entry 2321. That is BARG Resilient 6N ET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2320. BARG Triple Crown 340N ET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place, 26. DGD 6N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. In the ring now in our balancer show is class 1437 January bull calves.
So if he needs a mic.
Results from your Nebraska division. Your champion female goes to entry 194, Dalporto Sandy, 4580, exhibited by Addison Dalrymple of Arnold, Nebraska. Congratulations to you. And we'll be taking a quick break for our Angus show as our judges at the backdrop. Then we'll roll on to our Angus Bull show.
Another nice trio of bulls here, and there's some give and take between 1 and 2 simply on testicular development. Beyond that, the red bull is easily the best built, the most attractive, and he came off that pair, and I think that bull does a lot of nice things like the young man's, though I just question his testicular compared to both the bulls right behind him. The bull here in 2 is big testicled, and he's big bodied. He's sleek looking and attractive here from the profile. A little off in his hip. Reads quite a bit plainer about his head and his forehead shape and his ear set than the red bull that goes in front of him. But he is a nice bodied bull. You can dang sure appreciate some things about him. Same with another good testicled bull that's big body, and he does have some shape. He probably gets outperformed and just outlooked here off to the side compared to them other 2 bulls. But a nice trio of bulls go 1, 2, and 3 in this particular grouping.
Results from your balancer bull show, class 1437 January bull calves. First place goes to entry 1507. That is Bose 335L, Easy Money, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2319, BARG Aftershock 098NET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1124, ARDR 505N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. We will now be selecting our bull calf champion and bringing out the first and seconds from the previous 3 classes. In the Angus arena, we do have to finish our female division. And this is our cow-calf pair class, class 1128.
Oh, we just went through these bulls for our first division pretty quick. And I'm pretty fast to grab the bull out of the first class to be your champion. Again, it gets a little closer there for reserve. My second favorite is still bull. He's still a young man's Red Bull. He's going to be your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Results from your balancer bull show. Your champion bull calf goes to entry 2378. SEPT Adrenaline N512, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. And your reserve champion bull calf goes to entry 1507. Bose 35L Easy Money, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Coming in the balancer bull show next, we'll have class 1443 late summer yearling bulls. Two single entries in that division. Both will be first place, and now we'll be selecting our champion intermediate and reserve champion intermediate bull in our balancer bull show.
What's nice is that they're together within that division, so that makes it a challenge as well. But nice pair, could go either way. I chose to use the
In your Angus show from class 1128, your Angus cow-calf pair class, first place goes to entry 4556. That is Bear Mountain Mrs. Jamie 2725, exhibited by Hubner Angus Ranch of Hershey, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 810, PVF Proven Queen 2003, exhibited by Jasmine Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Now we'll be starting our Angus Bull Show, class 1132, late of 2025.
Pair of bulls out here for this division, and the one that wins class 1 is Stout. He's rugged and he's masculine about his head and up front. He's really nice in his structure off either end of his framework. The big testicled bull reaches out really nice out of his hip and his hind leg, and he's big bodied. I like to chisel him out in his tail head just a little bit, and he probably just doesn't overwhelm you when you get behind him or on top of him in terms of rib shape or power out through his hook and down through when you study him through his lower stifle. But a nice bull. Swing back around here. But a nice bull from the side. You can appreciate his body, his structure, and his flexibility. Bull in his breeding condition, and he's still very manly when you study him about his tremendous shape up high, and when you're getting right behind him, set to his hind leg and also cut up in his flank. Does he just piece together as nice from the profile? Maybe not, but I think both these bulls have a lot of use. I'm probably going to leave them in their age department. I'm going to start with the bull out of the first class to be your champion, follow up with the young lady's bull in the second class to be reserved. Congratulations, both of them.
Results from the bull show. Your champion intermediate bull goes to entry 2377, SEPT Reckon So, M415, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Your reserve champion bull in that division goes to entry 3350, WLSS XXB Black Mamba, exhibited by Brenley Albert of Guide Rock, Nebraska. In our Angus show, starting our bull from class 1132, late junior bull calves, first place goes to entry 2520, MOE 2550, exhibited by William Moeller of Grand Island, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1134, early junior bull calves, born January 1st to February 29th of 2025.
Oh, once again, I probably like these bulls on how they were brought into me, and the bull that wins is not only nicer about his hip set, I think he stays more collective in his rear step and square as he's going away from me. We like to clean him up in his sheath, and he's not just overwhelming in shape and power, but he is good looking here from the side, and he ties high. He's nice about his shoulder. I like his flexibility when you get him out on the go. Hooks forward, this bull kind of swallows him in terms of upper rib shape and mass. I think he is just a little farther along on condition, but I still think he is a heavier muscled bull that's probably going to, inject more true muscle and shape into his prodigy. He's got plenty of set to his hind leg and his shoulder alignment up front. The bull that does duck in his pin set, though, I think he gets just plenty uncoordinated from behind. He gets a little outside of his hock. I like to just square him up in his rear skeleton, but two nice bulls be champion reserve in that division.
Results from your balancer bull show from class 1449, and this will also be your champion junior yearling bull. That goes to entry 1853, KRE Magnum M14, exhibited by Kenley Eckler in Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion junior yearling bull goes to entry 546, IFYKYK. I think that's if you know, you know. Goes to J.J. Beeler of Orleans, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will be selecting our grand champion and our reserve grand champion balancer bull.
Nice balance and bull show, and we got three good ones out here in our respective divisions. Got a neat one goes in and wins that first division. Just a March calf that is very, very good looking. I think his structure is very adequate, very, very nice. He's good in his top line. He's good bodied. Well, not just the stoutest thing that we've seen all day, but I think the muscle lays on him right. I hope he develops as nice. I think he's going to. The bull here that wins that second division, moderate, chubby bull that's nice in terms of his flexibility, and he's rugged about his head and his crest. Big nutted bull when you get him back out here. Like I said, I chisel him down in his tail head, and he's not just overwhelming in power when you get behind him as well. I think just a nice combination bull that is good looking, and he's good in his breeding shape. Very, very nice in his structure and his flexibility. We clean him up in a sheet there. But I think a bull that does bring a lot of nice things together. Good, very, very, very high quality set of bulls. When we bring them back out here, I like the old bull to win. I like the little bull calf out of the first division to be a reserve.
Results in your Balancer Bull Show. Your grand champion Balancer Bull at the 2025 Nebraska State Fair goes to entry 1853 KRE Magnum M14, exhibited by Kenley Eckhoff of Aurora, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion Balancer Bull goes to entry 2378 SEPT Adrenaline N512, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Congratulations to all of you Balancer exhibitors. In our Angus show on the south side of the arena, we've got your junior bull champion, and that entry is 1244 KCC Maverick 5202, exhibited by Emily Yowell of DeWitt, Nebraska. And your reserve junior calf bull champion goes to entry 2520 MOE Onward 2550, exhibited by William Moeller of Grand Island, Nebraska. In the arena now on our Angus show, this should be class 1146 March junior yearling bulls born in 2024. In our Balancer show, we'll be taking a quick photo break and commence the showing later on the north side. Results from your Angus Bull Class 1146 March Junior Yearling Bulls. First place goes to entry 2946. That is MSC 24K L, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. Coming in the ring now will be Class 1148. These are early junior yearling bulls born January 1st to February 28th of 2024. Results from Class 1148 in your Angus Early Junior Yearling Bull Show. First place goes to entry 1019. That is KR Creed 4089, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1022. That is KR Career 4090, exhibited by Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 820. That is SR Jameson 429, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our junior champion bull. In the Angus Show, your junior champion bull goes to entry 1019. That is KR Creed 4089, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Catching up on some Gelbvieh and Balancer group classes from your class. First place goes to Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 5465. That is JJ Beeler of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 2328. Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 5467. That is Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. In the ring now, we're selecting our Produce of Dam class in our Gelbvieh Balancer group classes. Results in your Angus Bull Division. Your junior reserve champion bull goes to entry 1022. Our Career 4090, exhibited by Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. In the Angus Show, we'll be bringing in class 1154. These are 2-year-old bulls born April 30th of 2023. Results in your Balancer and Gelbvieh Produce a Dam. First place goes to Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place to Kaylin Riesland of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Third place goes to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And fourth place goes to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Next classes, we'll be having our pair of calves in our Gelbvieh and Balancer show. And results in our Angus Bull Show, Class 1154, 2-year-old bulls. First place goes to entry 2949, Valley of 3165, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. That will also be your senior champion bull in that division. Now in our Angus arena, we'll be selecting our Grand Champion Angus bulls. Your Grand Champion Angus bull goes to entry 019, that is KR Creed 4089, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. And your Reserve Grand Champion Angus bull goes to entry 102, KR Career 4090, exhibited by Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. Congratulations to you Angus exhibitors. Thank you to all of our Angus exhibitors, to Will Harsh from the American Angus Association, the whole crew at the Nebraska Angus Association, our princess, and all of our exhibitors. Thank you guys. We'll be starting in on our Charolais show here shortly. Please start bringing your first classes of Charolais females to the show ring. Results from your Gelbvieh and Balancer group class. This are the results of your pair of calves. First place goes to Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place to Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Fifth place to William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. Sixth place to Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. Seventh place to Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. And eighth place to Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. We also have more pair classes. This will be your pair of yearlings. Selecting our pair of yearlings in our Gelbvieh and Balancer group classes. Results in your Gelbvieh Balancer group classes. The yearlings, first place goes to Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place to Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Place to Paige Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. And fourth place to Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. We have one more group class, class 1468. This is the Balancer breeder group. I've got to tip my hat and commend the Gelbvieh and Angus breeder, or Gelbvieh and Balancer breeders, for bringing so many group classes. It's been many, many years since I've seen this many group classes. Good job, guys. Good job. Results in your Gelbvieh and Balancer group class, class 1468. This is your breeders group. First place goes to Tom Murphy, Franklin, Nebraska. Second placed, entry 2329. That is Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. They sure got a good cheering section up there. Place goes to entry 4871, Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Congratulations to all the Gelbvieh and Balancer breeders for putting on a great show in our North Arena today. Coming up next in our North Arena, we'll be having our miniature Hereford show. It'll start here shortly. We're starting to bring up some of the miniature Herefords. And in our South Arena, we'll be starting our Charolais show here very, very quickly. Got a few pictures to take at the backdrop with the judges, so we'll be getting underway here real soon. Miniature Herefords, please start to the show arena. On the south side of the arena, we are starting our Charolais show. Serving as our judge is Chad Holtkamp of Iowa. Now we've got class 1202, spring heifer calves born March 1st, 2025 or after.
Okay. So on your program for the minis,
Results in our first class of Charolais heifers, class 1202, spring heifer calves. First place goes to entry 2627 J Bar T BC Sunny 506N, exhibited by J Bar T Benish Cattle of Juniata, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2344 BCR Sophia 509, exhibited by Ben Clement of Valparaiso, Nebraska. And third place, entry 42 Circle B Fem not N2, exhibited by Circle B Livestock LLC of Albion, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now in our south arena is class 1202. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st to February 28th, 2025. The north side of our arena, we need to bring our first class of miniature Herefords to the show ring, please. Serving as our judge in our miniature Hereford show is Jake Bloomberg. Coming in the north arena, class 1702 spring heifer calves born March 1st, 2025 and after. We have two single entries in our spring heifer classes. Those will each be first in their class, and we'll be selecting our champion junior heifer calf.
Nice way to start off our mini Hereford show. And we got two respective class winners out here. And just to describe them, I actually do like them to be champion reserve the way they came in. The younger heifer structurally, I think, has an advantage. Now she's built out of her hock and her rear skeleton and her lower joints. And she's attractive up front. She's nice down her top line when you set her into motion. She's not as powerful as the heifer that comes in second. It's going to be a reserve in this division, but one that you can appreciate her boldness, her rib, and her dimension when you get out through her hip. Structurally, I don't think she's as nice or as attractive when you set them into motion, but a nice pair of heifers to start off, be champion reserve in our first division of our mini Hereford show.
Results in your Charolais Class 1208 Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1250. That is SCBS Miss Maggie 426M, exhibited by Caleb Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2447, Boy Montella M211, exhibited by Hannah Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our senior calf champion female.
Very nice way to start off this particular class with an attractive and nice built female. It's very smooth in her design, and she's very long and neat up through her front 1/3. She gets a little weak in her loin, and the young man puts her top down, and on the stand she can give you a very, very high quality look. On the when you get her out on the move, she gets a little PC in her top line, but a nice one to go ahead and start. The louder comes next. It's big, long, and extended, and very feminine through her head and the top side of her neck. Gets a little bit more parallel when you study her from her hock down, and just like to soften her up in her the one that goes in front of her. But a nice pair of heifers go 1 and 2. The one that's not surgically dehorned that rounds out the class is actually nothing wrong with her from a structural standpoint. She's got some body. She just ends up being extremely too plain for this particular grouping to rival anything from what her third place will bring her. But females, congratulations to them.
In the Charolais show, your senior calf champion female goes to entry 1250, SCBS Miss Maggie, exhibited by Caleb Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And your reserve in that division goes to entry 2447, Boy Montella M211, exhibited by Hannah Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Coming in the arena next in the Charolais show will be Class 1212 Summer Yearling Females. Catching up on some, let me get the last class real quick and then we'll select your champion. Results from Class 1712 in your mini Herefords. First place goes to entry 3769 RF Eli Clone, exhibited by Lawson Gall of Clarkson, Nebraska. Second place to entry 383 SS Miss Julep, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. And third place to entry 13 RMB Miss Patsy 5224, exhibited by Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw. And now we are selecting our champion intermediate heifer.
See? Hey, see how much more? When you're relaxed, how she gets more like that? There you go. One more, half step. You're all right. We got a nice pair of heifers out here for our respective class winners in this division, and they couldn't be any more polar opposites. We got one that's massive bodied. Yeah, we know she's bigger. We can all see that. But just describing the cattle for what they are, she's massive bodied, and I think she's very appropriate in her build and her structure and her flexibility. She's dang sure not as neat up through her front end as the one that wins Class 2. And she's cushioning quite a bit more condition through her tailhead and her pones than the one that goes into wins the second class. But structure, body, top line, eye appeal, I think very high quality heifer. I like a lot of pieces about the heifer here that wins that second class. And she's neat about her head, and I think she's adequate in her structure. I think a very one that still has some life left in her to go on down the road. I think for today, I think it gets a little tighter in terms of just her back line. I think it gets a little piecey when you study her there in her top line, whether it's on the stand or on the move. And is there as much cattle there as the one that wins the first class? Absolutely not. I think those are two very, very high quality females that I wouldn't care if you win either way. To me, I like the dark red, big stout one out of the first class to be your champion. Young man that I thought we were never going to switch shirts there for reserve. Congratulations both.
In your miniature Hereford show, your champion intermediate heifer goes to entry 1332, RMB Miss Patsy 5224, exhibited by Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Reserve champion in that division goes to entry 3769, RF Eli Clone, exhibited by Lawson Gall of Clarkson, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 17-14 Spring Yearling Heifers. In the south side of your arena, in your Charolais show, results from Class 12-12 Summer Yearling Females. First place goes to entry 3538. That is TR Miss Maeve, 4906 MET, exhibited by Madison Borg of Concord, Nebraska. And second place to entry 3296. That is Memphis, exhibited by Travis Moore of Sutton, Nebraska. Those will also be your intermediate champion female and intermediate champion female from that class. Coming in now, we've got Class 12-14. This is yearling females born April 1st, April 30th of 2024.
Heifer that wins, I think, does so very easily from a structural point. Definitely the most comfortable off either end of her framework, and she's nice bodied. She's got some stoutness when you get behind her. She ain't the most attractive about her face and the top of her neck. I don't know if there's one of them out here that's just reeks on femininity when he's studying from her shoulders forward. But I still would like to change her and neaten her up in that regard. The one in second, big bone, stout, good haired, and got some neat pieces to probably go ahead and breed on. Structurally, need to kick her back in her shoulder and her knee alignment. Need to make her more flexible out of her hock and her pasterns. Staying in there, I like this one probably as neat as anything from her hooks forward, and she's bowled out of her upper rib, and she's got some power from behind. It's just from her hook bones back. She gets plenty straight in terms of her hock. She's a little bigger about her rear joints and just doesn't balance as nice. Her underline being the bigger naveled kind of a female. Big, powerful heifer that comes next, and she's big bone. She ain't terrible in terms of the way she's hinders out of her hip and her hind leg. Just too off balance, pretty deep in her chest in relation to her flank. The one that rounds is high performing, does have some boldness and some power and some mass. Just need to be freshened up in her breeding condition. Give a shot more look from the profile.
Results in your miniature Hereford show from class 17-14 spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 419. That is HCC Pretty Little Poison ET, exhibited by Jorgen Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. Second, entry 1480. That is Double K Daiquiri K121, exhibited by Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. Third place, entry 96, BMR Daisy ET, exhibited by Karen Briggs of Rocky Comfort, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 870, 3C Firefly, exhibited by Triple Three Cattle, Wyoming. And fifth place, entry 384, that is SS Miss Zoe, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Coming in the arena next will be class 17-16. These are junior yearling heifers born January and February of 2024.
I like the pair, how they came in. The dark red heifer, chop of her shoulders back, I think just balances so much neater and nicer, and she's big bodied. Her underline reads a little bit more attractive to me, and she's got a nice refinement and spacing there in her udder development. She gets a little snappy in her ankle, and you can tell she's a little coarse and not the most just ladylike about the crest of her neck, but I like her center body and her rib and her mass and her dimension. I like this heifer that comes into the loud marked heifer. For a mini, her hip and hind leg is very, very good, and her structure and her flexibility just doesn't balance. And heifer gets heavier in her front end, just doesn't come with as much softness there in her center rib. And I think she's pushing just plenty in terms of a condition.
Catching up on some placings in the south side of our arena from class 12-14. In your Charolais show, these are late spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 2288, KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan Cisco and Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1821, that is DC NBCC Kaylee 4200, exhibited by Madeline Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1668, THCC Miss Jenny Lind 421M, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 3741, that is BCC Brittany M410, exhibited by Cole Crawford of Clarks, Nebraska. And the next class, you had a single entry in class 1216, that is early spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 2176. The animal's tattoo ID is 460, and that is exhibited by Thompson family of Pender, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our junior champion female.
Here are mini Hereford side, 4 nice ones in this division. It comes down to the ones of our particular class winners, and one I think just balances up quite a bit nicer there when you get off to the side or when you set them into motion is the one out of class 1. She's going to be your champion, followed up with a dark red big-bodied heifer for reserve.
Results in your Charolais division for junior champion female goes to entry 2288, that is KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan and Caden Cisco. And your reserve champion was entry 1821, DC NBCC Kaylee 4200, exhibited by Madeline Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska. Coming in now in the Charolais show, we got class 1218 junior yearling females. Catching up on division in your miniature Hereford show, your champion yearling female goes to entry 419, HCC Pretty Little Poison ET, exhibited by Jordan Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. And reserve champion goes to entry 206, HC Stop and Stare, goes to Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. Now we have class 1718 senior yearling heifers in the ring now.
heifer directly in front of me is an easy class winner, basic build and just functionality and hind leg and the way they're assembled. She's a nice way, an easy way to go ahead and start. And second, and honestly, from there on, it can be a little bit more of a challenge. The one that goes in second has the most breeding pieces in her bone and her stoutness and her mass. Bigger naveled heifer. I wish moved better. Young lady that's doing a nice job right here. Blessed with the best hair coat by any means. She's plenty curly and a little old school Hereford in that aspect. But she is a nice built. She's good shouldered. She's probably the most appropriate in her breeding condition of the remaining ones. A little plainer about her hip, a little off balance. Maybe you get off to the side, but structurally, I think she's the next spot we need to go. The one that goes in 4 here is big and stout and bold. Needs to be better structured off either end. She's plenty plain to her. The dark red heifer I originally wanted to gravitate to because she is nice in her top line. She's plenty stout and powerful. I'm okay with the angle to her shoulder. It's her rear skeleton. Then she also gets off balance from the side. Big, stout, heavy muscled one that comes next that also needs to move better off either end. She also gets a little off balance here and deeper in her chest in relation to her flank. And then the one that rounds out the class, a tighter haired heifer. Once again, is stout and powerful. We like to see her just a little better built off either end of her framework.
Catching up on placings here from our miniature Hereford show, class 17-18, senior yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 757, CH Mini 300, exhibited by Maddox Thompson of Davenport, Nebraska. Second place, entry 361, SEAL Sister Golden Hair, exhibited by Seal Livestock of Aberdeen, South Dakota. Third place, entry 1323, RMB Miss Ellie 9143, exhibited by Gentry Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 385, SS Miss Simply, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 21K Miss Rosemary, exhibited by Skylar Kuchera of DeWeese, Nebraska. Sixth place goes to entry 418. That is H. Bond, exhibited by Jorgen Bush of Glenwood, Iowa. Seventh place, entry 1333. That is SS Miss JoJo, exhibited by Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. And coming in now, those will be your champion senior heifer. Now we are selecting our grand champion in the miniature Hereford show. In your Charolais show in the south side of the arena from class 12-18, placings go. First place, entry 21. That is for herd ID number 4172, exhibited by Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. Second, Entry 4904, Boy Mindy M442, exhibited by Brecken Went of Lee, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1245, SCBS Miss Callie 408M, exhibited by Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Now we are choosing our senior champion, grand champion female.
Over here in our mini Hereford champion drive, we got a respected division and reserves out here. Nice round of mini Hereford cattle. We started off with a nice pair of females in our first division and rounded off with a challenging way to end in that particular class, but a nice way to go ahead and start. If you would, give these mini Herefords exhibitors a I think there's two of them out here that dang sure don't look anything alike, but I think they're dang sure the best two, in my opinion. And I'll go show you the ones that I like the best. You do so along ringside as well. Nice job, mini Hereford exhibitors. I like the one out of Division 3 to be your champion.
Your grand champion, miniature Hereford, in the north side of the arena goes to entry 4600. That is LCC Little Daisy M02, exhibited by Two Rivers Farms of Sigourney, Iowa. In your miniature Hereford show, your reserve grand champion female goes to entry 7 to 57. That is CH Mini 300, exhibited by Maddox Thompson of Davenport, Nebraska. In the south side of the arena, your grand champion, Charolais, or female, goes to entry 2288. And that is KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan and Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska.
Reserve is 3538 Madison Board. Out of class 12 gold.
Your grand champion, Charolais female, goes to entry 3538. TR Miss Maeve 4906 MET, exhibited by Madison Borg of Concord, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors on both sides of the arena. Had a lot happening there all at once, so I believe we'll take a quick break for some backdrop pictures. It's a person I'd like to introduce and recognize in our Charolais arena over here. Person that travels endless hours, or endless miles and countless hours, goes to all the bull sales and all the shows. He's covering the states of Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. We've got Mr. Hadley Shoddy over here behind us. Please wave your hand. He's representing the American International Charolais Association, and we do appreciate all he does for the breed. If you have questions regarding the Charolais breed, he has got his fingers on the pulse and knows what is going on. We're happy to have Hadley with us. Thanks for making the trip, Hadley. Appreciate it. In your miniature Hereford show, class 1741, your pair of females, first place goes to Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. Second place goes to Triple Three Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Third place, Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Fourth place to Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw. Fifth place to Skylar of DeWeese, Nebraska. On the south side of our arena in our Charolais show, we will be shifting gears, changing genders. No, we're not. We're going to do the cow-calf pair class first. We've got 2 entries in the cow-calf class 1222.
Can you tell me what the route?
Results from your Charolais cow-calf class. First place goes to entry 2448. That is CCC Miss Brandy 2660 PET, exhibited by Zach Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 1247 SCBS Miss Pearl 103J, exhibited by Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Now we will be starting our Charolais with class 1226. These are junior bull calves born January and February of 2025.
Well, I think this is our total bull show, and I'm guessing, these are different ages, so we'll describe them here. There's two bulls out here that are dang nice. Many heard. I think both of them have a tremendous amount of value. It's hard to deny, the bigger bull. He's presented very, very nice. I asked her if she sold any semen on him yet, but she dang sure plans on it. And he looks like the kind that would. He's stout, he's square, he's attractive, he's good looking. He moves relatively pretty nice, and he'd probably take a very, very high quality promotional picture. He's a nice one to go ahead, and he's going to be our champion here today. I like the pulled bull here that's excited to see me right out here in the front. His basic build and his design, I think, complementary to this breed, and he could do a lot of damage and help with his basic build, and it helps how he's pulled. And the bull, that's good about his neck, he's flat about his shoulder. He's not as woofy and as ready to go old as the bull that wins, but I think he dang sure has his place, and he has a lot of very high quality things to go about him. The one that rounds out the yellow bull is shapely, and he's got some expression up high. He just needs to be a little bit better balanced here when you get off to the side, but three really nice mini bulls to go ahead and round off our mini open show.
Results in our miniature Hereford show, class 1724. First place goes to entry 4601. That is DSC Now or Never, exhibited by Two Rivers Farms of Sigourney, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 1481. Double K Frosty K120, exhibited by Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. Third place, entry 3776. TTCC Eastbound and Down, by Cooper Gossie of Beresford, South Dakota. And that will be your champion junior bull calf and reserve champion junior bull calf.
Many Hereford enthusiasts, I apologize. I thought they told me there was only one class of bulls, but here we are. We got a nice pair of bulls that do have their trade-offs on the the redneck bull, I probably favor just his more eye appeal, up through his shoulder and up through his face and up through the top side of his neck. Relax, and I bet if we turn off him. I would still probably like him the best in his balance. I would fix him in his hip and probably just give him a shot of flank, but a bull that I think a lot of good things and attributes about here from the profile. A rugged bull here that also you can appreciate his hip and his hind leg. He's big testicled. He's cleaned about his sheath. He's got some shape and some power. He probably just doesn't balance quite as nice when he set him into motion as the one that goes in front of him. I also like to change him right there in his forerib. The yellow bull, he's big testicled, and he's got some length, some extension from the side. I just like to power him up at the backside of his blade and give him a notch more muscle when you get behind him.
Results in your Charolais show from Class 1226 Junior Bull Calves. These will also be your champion Junior Bull Calf and reserve champion Junior Bull Calf. First place and champion goes to 2450. SCH Gunslinger 5101P, exhibited by Ella Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3160, MD Security 5212, exhibited by Dibdall Charolais of Newcastle, Nebraska. And third place, entry 868, Fly Cowboy Breeze 535, exhibited by Cooper Elson of Miller, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now on the Charolais show, we've got Class 1236. These are spring yearling bulls. And results in our miniature Hereford show on the north side of the arena from Class 1726. First place goes to entry 3913. Festus HSC 724, exhibited by Larry Harmon of Tekamah, Nebraska. Second place, entry 386. SS Mr. Herrick, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1329. TB How Do You Like Toby, exhibited by Remington Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got 28 Senior Bull Calves.
Is both these bulls, which one from I think probably have the most impact on a group of cows if you just let them go in natural service. I think the bull that's a shot better looking, just more extreme in his muscle and got more shape up high is a young lady that's not going to win showmanship any contest today with him. But a bull that is rugged and he's stout and he's masculine would probably just soften him up in his center rib, and that's where the bull in second does have the advantage in body and probably just looseness of structure. Just reads a bit plain up front. He reads a bit plain out of his hip and wants to just tuck down in his pin set if we ask him to get out and go. But a nice pair of bulls to be 1 and 2 in this class.
Results from your Charolais show, bull class 1236 spring yearling bulls. First place, and this will be your junior champion bull, goes to entry 2948. That is CE Pegasus Envy 016, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. In the ring now is class 1244 2-year-old bulls. And in our north side of the arena in the miniature Hereford show, class 28 senior bull calves. First place, this will be your first place, goes to entry 362 Seal PP Ricochet, exhibited by Seal Livestock of Aberdeen, South Dakota. And second place, entry 391 KR Mr. No Sir, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska.
Hi there, you're our senior yearling.
So results in your Charolais show, your 2-year-old bull. This will be your senior champion. First placed in senior champion goes to entry 2947. That is CCC Sundance 3026 PET, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. Now we will be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion Charolais bull.
back in our mini Hereford side. If I was gonna, kick out a bull on make the biggest difference, bull out of Class 2, and he's going to be your champion, I follow up the bull out of Class 1 to be your reserve. Both them. Nice pair of bulls over here, and the one that wins does so pretty easily. He's a good-looking rascal, and he's nice out of his hip and his hind leg. He's got some boldness to his rib. Just from a balance and eye appeal standpoint, he kind of wins this class pretty easily. The dark red bull is one that is very nice in his basic build and his body. He just gets a little plainer and kind of gets just a little bit more conventional when you study him up front. Gets a little extra set to his hind leg, but a nice pair of bulls be 1 and 2 in that class.
In the south side of your arena, your grand champion Charolais bull goes to entry 2947. That is CCC Sundance 3026 PET, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo. And your reserve grand champion Charolais bull goes to entry 2450. That is SCH Gunslinger 5101P, exhibited by Ella Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. In the north side of your arena, in the miniature Hereford show, 30 summer yearling bulls, first place goes to entry 3914, Asher HSC 184E, exhibited by Larry Harmon of Tekamah, Nebraska. Second place to entry 13, that is SS exhibited by Mason Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1732. These are spring yearling bulls born March and April of 2024. On the south side of the arena, we'll be taking a break to take some champion bull pictures. We do have a couple group classes in the Charolais division, so we'll be back to finish those up here shortly.
White-legged bull up front, easy winner for me. Change the angle of his shoulder a little bit. Beyond that, he's shapely and attractive, and he's pretty arrogant and cocky about his head and his neck juncture. The bull that's the best out of his hip and his hind leg, and I dang sure appreciate his athleticism in that regard. The next rugged bull comes next, and he's got the most next shape and power and mass when he's getting right behind him. I think a bull that's stout-boned and he's heavy-muscled and he's dimensional. I like to change him the way he goes from behind and just give him a shot more balanced look there from the profile. That's why I think this bull does rival him, and it gets pretty close. Bone, mass. I think he just kind of swallows up this next bull in this particular grouping. But I like this bull. He's smooth built. He's attractive here from the profile. He just doesn't get overwhelmed in terms of mass by the two that go 1 and 2 ahead of him. Both these next two bulls do have some shape and some power and some mass. We got to change them structurally. For me, both off either ends, to just deem them as really just functional herd bulls when we kick them out. But a nice grouping of individuals. Congratulations to them.
Results in the miniature Hereford class, 1732, the spring yearling bulls. First place goes to entry 874. That is T3C0, exhibited by 333 Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Second place goes to entry 205. That is HCC Chuckwagon Chicken, exhibited by Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. Third place, entry 204, HCC Foresight ET, exhibited by Hat City Cattle Company of South Dakota. Fourth place goes to entry 387, that is SS Western Stone, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. And fifth place, entry 388, SS Mr. H. Bar G, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting your champion yearling bull.
A really nice division of bulls, and is there one that's perfect? Probably not, but these are 4 very, very nice bulls. I think it gets a little close depending on what your cow herd needs and where your direction needs to be on how you'd probably use either one of these. Out of the first two, dang sure both are nice looking here, and these ladies get them pulled on the change them both structurally. One probably hinders his front end skeleton a little more. I don't know if the other one compensates it that much better, but they're both very, very, very nice, attractive. The one out of the first class, a little nicer in his top line. I think the one that has the biggest advantage on changing cows would be one that I would square him up in his testicular development and how they hang, but I'm getting pretty critical. I do like a lot of pieces about the white-legged bull out of Class 2. He's going to be your champion. The bull out of Class 1 is going to be a reserve.
In the miniature, your champion yearling bull goes to entry 874. That is T3C0, exhibited by 333 Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 3914, Asher HSC 184E, exhibited by Larry of Takema, Nebraska. Coming up next in our miniature Hereford show, we've got Class 1736. And this is senior yearling bulls. Got a single entry class. Our Charolais arena, we've got our first group class. This is class 1246, produce of dam.
Nice single entry senior bull here. That's hocked up, is very, very nice and good looking, and he's nice down his top line. Big testicled rascal. He's just getting a little short stride in here in his rear hock, and shorten up in his rear stride, but very, very to breed on for a lot of different operations with some mini cows. I think you could probably utilize him in a way or two.
Results in your miniature Hereford class 1736 senior yearling bulls. This will also be your champion senior bull. First place and champion goes to entry 390. That is SS Miss Israel, exhibited by Judy Splitt of North Platte, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our Grand Champion Miniature Hereford Bull and Reserve Grand Champion Miniature Hereford Bull. Results in your Charolais group classes. Your Produce Adam first place goes to entry 1249. That is Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 5463, Cooper Elson of Nebraska. Next in, we'll have our Get of Sire class. Announce it. Okay. First place in your Get of Sire goes to entry 5462, Cooper Elson of Millard, Nebraska. Congratulations, guys. We'll bring all three of them in. Yep. All three are full sibs.
Well, it's been a nice show over here in our mini Hereford open show here so far, and nice representation on these four division winners, the bulls back out here. A little funny story about me and Chad. On the other side is I was a Hereford enthusiast, or mini Hereford enthusiast there for a minute. Me and Eric Gertis, we tried to raise a couple, and Eric and Chad share a pasture, and he found my mini Hereford dead in this creek, that in this flood gap that goes in between there. I don't know why it made me think of it, but it dang sure did. But we got a nice foursome of bulls out here. There's one that he's kind of a bad cat for a mini Hereford, I think. And if I had some mini Hereford cows, even if I just had one, I'd be dang sure trying to buy some semen on this goggle-eyed bull out of the Division I. He's going to be your champion. He's a very, very neat critter to be your representation for the mini Hereford breed. Congratulations there. I think it gets a little closer there for reserve, and I wish this bull was just a little bit older and just more mature in some things in some places, but he is a neat little critter, especially for being pulled. I like his structure, I like his smoothness. Does he get manly enough? I don't know. That's the decision. There's another one out here that I do think he's already manly. Is his structure perfect up front? No, but I think his hip and hind leg work really good. I like his cockiness and his arrogance. The white-legged bull Division III is going to be reserve.
Your Grand Champion Miniature Hereford Bull goes to entry 4601. That is DSC Now or Never, exhibited by Two Rivers Farm of Sigourney, Iowa. Your Reserve Grand Champion Miniature Hereford Bull goes to entry 874. T3C0, exhibited by 333 Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
If I pulled some program.
Coming in the arena now, we have our miniature Hereford group classes. This is class 1741. These are not pair of females, these are pairs of bulls. We'll do that one first. It is? Results in your miniature Hereford group classes. Your pair of bulls, first place goes to entry 203. That is Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. And second place, entry 424, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. I believe that concludes our Charolais and miniature Hereford show. Oh no, we got steers. We got miniature Hereford steers. Now it's finished.
Correct.
And we will have our junior breeding heifer show starting at 4 p.m. I believe we'll be on the side here, so we don't have anything on the south side of the arena till 4 p.m. Please come back and enjoy that show. That's always a good one and a big one. We'd like to thank Chad Holtkamp for running our south ring and being our livestock judge in our south arena. Thank you, Chad. As soon as we're done taking some pictures, we'll get the miniature Hereford steers back in here.
From my understanding. These people.
1 moment.
Nice way to start off our steer show with that young lady. She actually let him in here, and she did a nice job. He's long and extended. We'll see how he progresses and masses up here in the future, but dang sure a good-looking one. The young lady, I think, is going to have some fun with here in the future. Congratulations.
Results in your miniature Hereford steer class 1744. First place goes to entry 759. That is C.H. Noah 400, exhibited by Maddox Thompson of Davenport, Nebraska. That will be your champion prospect steer. We've got class 1746. These are market steers born before September 1st, 2024.
Appreciate the people in the back. They lined them up just how I like them. The one that wins does so. He's an ankle away from being very, very, very high quality, and I still think he is high quality. He's nice balance, he's shapely, he's got some expression out of the backside of his shoulder, and he's studying through his lower stifle. A good balanced rascal. It gives you a killer look here from the side. We would set him down just a little bit more attractive in his ankle, but that's getting pretty critical. It's still an easy place to go ahead and start. The next best balanced cattle, I think, comes in 2 and out of his top line and out through his hip. He is rugged and as stout as the calf in 3, but I think he's bold enough and he's functional enough. He's dang sure better looking. I think he's better structured than the one that goes in 3. Meat and potatoes calf that's bold and stout and big backed, and he's impressive when you get him right behind him. Comes in the 3 slot. He's just a little bit unattractive in the way he goes from behind. He gets a little rounder off either end of his skeleton. I like to chisel him out in his tailhead. The calf that rounds out the class, long and extended and ready to go, and just off balance and just doesn't give you enough just look here of quality when you get off to the profile. But a nice calf that is right in terms of his finish, and I didn't handle him, but I guess I don't really necessarily have to. I think that calf's got plenty on him. He's probably going to hang an appropriate, and I bet he goes choice pretty handily. But a nice a trio and a nice 4 steers to go ahead and start off that class of steers.
Results in your market steer miniature Hereford class. First place goes to entry 2115. That is Lightning McQueen, exhibited by Berkeley Went of Columbus, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 207, HCC Irish Goodbye ET, exhibited by Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. Third place, entry 875, Double K Alabama, exhibited by Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And fourth place, 502, Dallas HSC 423, exhibited by Lillian Nicklason of Harlan, Iowa. And that would have been your champion and reserve champion market steers. Now we are moving on to our miniature Hereford Junior show. In the ring now, we've got class 1748. These are junior heifers born September 1st, 2024 or after.
Well, let's see how accurate I can be on the junior show. But I remember both these two heifers from the last show, and I'm going to keep them the way they came in. Good looking one that's stretchy here from the side. We'd like to fix probably both these heifers structurally. They're both fighting the halter, not quite way broke yet, but very, very attractive through her front 1/3, and she's blessed with a nice hair coat. Dolly here that comes second does some shape and some power, and probably a shot heavier bone than the one that goes in front of her. The bigger naveled heifer just needs to be nicer structured when you get off to the side.
Results from our first class of our junior miniature Hereford show. First place goes to entry 2124, CSK Miss Pearl, exhibited by Skylar Kuchera of Deweese, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2123, CSK Miss Dolly, exhibited by Skylar Kuchera of Deweese, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1750. These are senior heifers born August 31st of 2024.
Got a nice heifer that's going to win. And one that we talked about before, and just structure and basic build and function. I think just an easy way to go ahead and then she combines some extra look compared to the rest of the grouping. A good fresh-haired one that's big-bodied. We like the angles and her flexibility. Like chisel up in her tail head and freshen her up the top of her neck, the one that goes in two. A stout one and a good-bodied one that comes in next. And I love her hip and her hind leg. Especially for this particular breed. Her up front. Another big stout one that you appreciate some things about. Probably need to lean her up, and the bigger naveled heifer probably gets a little open at the compared to the ones that go in front of her, but you do appreciate just her mass from behind. Young lady isn't probably as high as she was earlier. I still like that one's build and her structure and her flexibility and her of condition, but one that probably gets a little plainer at her hip. She ain't blessed with just the attractiveness of her hair coat. Big stout one, dark red one that comes next. That is just a little too off balance. Another heifer that rounds out the class. Does have a tremendous amount of muscle. Just needs to be a little better structured off either end. Hey, hey, Dolly. You're all right. A nice division out here, and both all four of our young ladies are doing a really, really nice job. Grab a hold of that heifer. Flip your hand around. Flip your hand around. You gotta scratch it. There you go. Hold her head up. Hold her head up. There you go. A young lady that her hair coat is her heifer out of class 2 is going to be your champion. Congratulations to her. Follow up with the one that was second to her in class is going to be your reserve. Nice job, both of them.
Your grand champion, junior show female, goes to entry 758. That is CH Mini 300, exhibited by Maddox Thompson of Davenport, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion in goes to entry 2124, CSK Miss Pearl exhibited by Skylar Kuchera of DeWeese, Nebraska. Coming up next, we'll have our junior market steer classes in our junior miniature Hereford show.
I do want to compliment the young lady here. Nice cheetah print shirt. I did watch her just get stepped on, and she still, instead of walking away, she manned up and came back out here. So I think a lot of the goal of the mini Hereford is being out here, and she's giving me the evil eye right now, the stare of intensity. I like it. I like it. Sadly, you're still going to be second. I apologize. But you do have a nice calf, and I appreciate you being back there. Come on, grab him back up again. Young lady still wins, and she did an open show. A nice steer that we mentioned, ankle up. He's a neat critter, and he still is out here, and she's doing a better job this time. than he did in the last time. His back looks better. You got his back leg stretched the back just a little bit there, but a very nice way to start off. Muscular and shapely steer that's going to be second. We could fix him in his top line just a little bit and chisel him out in his tail head. One that we haven't seen yet is very attractive through his front 1/3. Going to be a high cutability animal. He's shapely and expressive down his top and out through his hip. A little tighter. See him go with just a little bit more athleticism. Big-bodied steer that comes next. I'd say it's going to be easy to go in the choice selection. Just gets a little plainer and just a little bit too off balance here from the profile. Congratulations, them exhibitors.
Results from Class 1754 in your junior market steer class. First place goes to entry 2116. That is Lightning McQueen, exhibited by Berkeley Went of Columbus, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 878, Double K, Alabama, exhibited by 333 Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Third place, entry 416, HCC Jim Bob ET, exhibited by Jaden Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 4504, Dallas HSC 423, exhibited by Lillian Nicklason of Harlan, Iowa. Now we will be doing our showmanship classes. These will be pre-juniors from 3 to 8 years old.
It is pretty enjoyable watching young kids out here show, especially that move right there. I haven't seen that in a minute or ever. That was pretty good of the young lady. I think this is her third time back out here. Hold on, she ain't gonna have a chest left. Easy. They're doing a nice job, all three of these young ladies. There's one that's probably just a shot more advanced in eye contact and getting their animal set up a little just quicker than the other. If you would, give all three of the exhibitors a nice round of applause. They all probably deserve something. If I was going to pick a champion, and I hate to, we're going to go with the young lady with the steer out of the very first hole. Congratulations, all three of them, though.
Winning our pre-junior showmanship, ages 3 to 8 years old, goes to entry 2117. That is Berkeley Went of Columbus, Nebraska. Congratulations to all three of you young exhibitors. Coming in the ring next, we'll have class 1750 juniors, ages 9 to 13 years old.
Well, both these young ladies are doing a nice job on feet placement. I think we could probably work on spacing just a little bit, but I think both of them are doing an exceptional good job. If I had to pick one, I guess I'd side a little bit more towards the young lady out of the first hole there. She's going to be your champion, followed up to the young lady right here in the peach shirt for reserve. Nice job, both these two.
Results in your miniature Hereford junior showmanship, ages 9 to 13. First place goes to entry 7. That is Mason Blessing of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1331. Remington Blessing of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Coming in the arena next, we'll have class 1760. These are seniors, ages 14 to 22 years old.
Well, I'm guessing this is the last class of our mini show today, and it's been a pleasure to sort through and work with your kids and you many Hereford exhibitors on our open show. If you would put your hands together one last time, especially for these four young ladies out here, especially for the young lady with the steer at the front slot. She's going to be your champion showman. Nice job.
Results in your senior showmanship, ages 14 to 22 years old. This goes to entry 417, Jaden Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. Second place, entry 422, Jordan Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. Third place to entry 2126, Skylar Kachera of DeWeese, Nebraska. And fourth place to Lillian Lacason of Harlan, Iowa. And that will conclude our miniature Hereford show here at the Nebraska State Fair today. Make sure you're back in the seats at 4 o'clock this afternoon as we will have our junior breeding heifer show. Thank you to our judges today for serving and evaluating our livestock. We appreciate the